Seems the hideaway has lost its...
Blasted!
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be...
Sid, perhaps you...
I can certainly try.
It's not who, but what. I borrowed them to teach the little ones about weight, and my first thought was that they'd taken them off somewhere to play, but when I asked, which almost certainly means they...
Perhaps a visit from Sid.
I don't like to imagine that my pupils would lie to me. They were in the...
Oh, that blasted... Here, you put me in this situation, Clive.
Are you sure it's me you're looking for?
I'm all the cook will be needing, thank you very much. What I want from you is You remember Ivan's stew, right? Well, so I thought I'd try making one of these supposed masterpieces myself.
It wasn't as straightforward as you'd hoped?
Yeah, but this is my blooming kitchen, and I will not be outdone. So if you don't want to be seen as playing...
I've never been one to play favourites, Molly. And I would be only too happy to lend you a hand. So...
A fried mortress of sky recipe seemed easy enough to an old hand like mine. Only, turns out skyworm livers and drake's mint are not what I thought they were. At least I hope they're not, given the rancid mess they made.
Ivan said the recipes in the culinary pilgrimage date back centuries.
Wow. That's a kindly old fella who...
Fine. And if he does, I'll see if I...
You do that.
Lawsman Harpocrates. I've come to pick your brain if you don't mind.
Ah, Valicia, a culinary. The young man did a wonderful job with the Chance's stew. I do hope we shall be able to sample more such marvel.
That's actually why I'm here. I don't...
Ah, so the fabled Sanbriquois delicacy is next on the menu. Delightful. The description... Now, skyworm is a somewhat antiquated name for the wyvern. They're ground...
Dragon livers.
One would have thought the disciples of Bahamut would have a touch more reverence for their icon's brethren, but apparently I believe the specific dragon the recipe demands is the blueback wyvern.
So we know where to look for our liver.
Saint's bonnet in contemporary parlance, a herb which grows along the North Reach coast. I gather that one can locate the cheerful yellow flowers by their heady scent alone. I may add that people once believed game was best served with the flora that sustained it in life. In which...
Meaning that if I find one...
Best of luck, Clark. And do...
Is a storm coming, Sid?
Seems the hideaway has lost its...
Still alive, are you? Come again. Oh, don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
What do I owe the honour? What do you want? And?
What am I gonna...
Is everything all right? You seem more...
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I think Nan might be in
It's all right. You can tell me.
Folk are saying she's been selling to bandits and cutthroats and that. I mean, she's fun, but she'd never do business with baddies. Especially not the kind who go hurting people who haven't done out. I wanted to ask her about it myself, but I'm scared she'll give us a tongue lash. She'd never give your tongue a lashing, though, would she?
Don't worry. I'll speak to her.
Oh, you'll let me know?
Of course. Lady Karen. How's business?
Not nearly as foul as the weather.
You're doing good trade then? Both.
What exact? Not once in 5 long years do you pay my affairs half a care.
Just asking. All right.
Oh, are you?
All I know is that someone in Dalamil...
And what? You believe? Look, I've done things I'm not proud of. Might be there were a time, but that woman is no more.
You're right, Lady Karen. It was wrong of me to doubt you.
No. I reckon you've got...
Of course. I spoke that the rumors were unfounded, along with some other things. And while it sounds like she may have done things...
Oh, what I knew Nan was... But why would people say she was?
No, but people do things for all sorts of reasons.
Well, that trader, he said, so that's where I'm going. I'll find someone who'll
Are you sure that's wise? Whoever...
Oh, right. But that...
Rutherford. Why would he be in Martha's...
I heard the Emperor was impaled on his...
We're all gonna die! You hear me?
What do you reckon we should do? I say we should...
Sid! Hard at your studies, I see. It's not a set of scales, is it?
No. Of course it isn't.
Well, not anymore, it's not.
Oh,
And just how long hasn't it been one?
We're sorry.
But we didn't break them. We dismembered them.
Just like Miss Middledore showed us.
Miss Middledore? And why would she have you dismembering her creations?
Because that's the only way to become a ninja-neer.
Miss Middledore said, the best way to see how something works is to take it apart and put it back together.
Well, then your work is already half done.
The taking apart was easy enough, but it's the putting back we can't work out.
Speak for yourself. The heavy thing goes at the bottom. Then...
You three need to learn to take responsibility for your actions. So let's have a look at these parts with fresh eye. All right. Every piece has its own role to play. If even one of them is missing, the scales won't work. You already know one of the pieces. The body. Its role is to support everything else. But what of the others? This is called the arm. Why do you suppose that is?
You're right. It looks more...
You've ridden a chocobo before, haven't you, Sid?
I'll think about it.
Hold things. So wait, maybe this arm holds things too?
Good thinking. These round parts are called the pans. You all know what a pan is, don't you?
I do. Molly uses... But these aren't for frying bangers, you idiot. They're for weighing... But what if I wanted to weigh goop?
Probably not.
What are the chains for? Holding the pan?
Well spotted. Which means... This tiny piece is what's called a cogwheel.
I have. Miss Middledale's dungeon is full of them. Most are on the floor.
She puts them in all her inventions.
That's right. They're very useful when you want to make...
I remember the arm moved when I tried weighing an apple.
It's not my fault.
You know what part's supposed to move and how it's supposed to move. So, let's put the pieces together first, see what doesn't move.
Not a bad idea. You see? It's not so difficult. So, now that we've taken stock of the parts and learned what they do...
I think we've got it.
Then here's what we'll do. You tell me...
Well, obviously you need to start with the body. All the other pieces fit onto it, don't they?
And the arms go on the body, just like real arms. And then the arms hold the pans by the chain.
Very good. Ah.
Yes! We did it!
Well, with Sid.
Oh, I just put the pieces together. It was you three engineers who showed me how.
That's right. We're Miss Middledale's hairs.
Her hairs?
Yeah, hairs for the future. She's showing us her secrets now, so...
What do you think, Sid?
With a little more help from Miss Middledale and Miss Shirley, I'd say it won't be long at all.
You hear that?
Until then, though.
Hey, look! We never used the cogwheel.
You don't think Sid forgot about it, do you?
I heard the Emperor was impaled on his own. Seems the hideaway is...
Is a storm coming, Sid? Will there be...
Well?
It was as you thought. The children they dismantled them to see how they...
Oh, no, Mid will...
Thankfully she won't. Although I was the one who ended up teaching the lesson.
I'm so sorry, Sid. I know. I shall see that the children...
Please, there's no need. Mid seems to have taken the... She'd have them follow in her footsteps.
I see. Sid, do you know why Mid has been spending so...
She told me it was because her studies have been interrupted by events in camp.
No, it isn't. The university offered her a commission. In exchange to anyone else, it would be an opportunity. But to Mid, but that should come as no surprise. She's on...
Which explains her heirs. She's working to give them a better life. And so should I. What's the odd engineering lesson?
You've given them far more than that.
It's like a dream. The four of us out walking like we used to.
Enjoying this, are you? Gav and the others could be in danger as we speak.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yote is a fine scout. If Candle was attacked, she will already have begun gathering information.
Tabor isn't far. We should pick up the pace.
We can use the ruins to cross the ravine.
Assuming they will allow it, the Echoes have a will of their own.
Tell us about Yote, Joshua.
She's strong-willed, loyal, and deadly with a blade. Much like Clive, but with better manners.
It's You're injured. What happened here?
Ether swallowed our camp while we slept. My own men did this. Turned. There's a village not far from here. We can't let those...
I'll go. Rest well, soldier. You said the encampment was close. Let's hope the magic is still there.
Another ether flood. They're everywhere now.
We can't go round it.
Then we'll just have to be careful.
Good. We got here in time. Stay down!
someone there? Please, I can't move my leg.
That doesn't sound like an Akashic. You're with the battalion?
I am.
Taken care of.
Another survivor?
His wounds were too deep.
He was right to send you. Tabor is safe thanks to you. Here. You seem familiar.
You must have me confused with...
Wait. That scar.
Son of a whore. You're Sid. I was there, in Cosnis, when you killed my brothers. I was there in Rosalith, when you killed my commander.
My war with Hugo is over. I bear no ill will toward those who followed him.
And what of my ill will?
When your wounds have healed and your head has cooled, come and find me if you must. Though I hazard your life would be better spent in service of those who need it. What?
My oath!
I know how hard they are to keep.
No. I won't be deceived. Lord Kupka told us of your crime.
Man.
I am nothing like you. Just know that.
We're nearly there.
Have you been to Tabor before?
There are a few places I haven't.
Where now, Joshua?
There is a residence just inside the city gates. She awaits us within.
Here, take a look at my wares. Come again.
My Lord Marquis, it is an honor. I am Yote, Knight of the Undying, charged with the protection of His Grace Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix.
Of course. It all makes sense now.
Would you care to elaborate?
The Undying are loyal servants to the ducal throne. Or more specifically, to its heir. They have served our family for generations, albeit from the shadows.
Since their inception, they have been tasked with the preservation and enactment of the rites of ancestral communion. After the events at Phoenix Gate, it was the Undying who delivered me to safety. And since the day I left Rosaria, Yote has been my constant companion and protector. Without her sword, I would not have survived my journey across the realm.
Rise, Lady Yote. You saved my brother. I owe you a debt I can never repay.
I but did my duty.
Come now. Tell us what you've discovered.
Your Grace. It is as you feared. The vessel we spied off the coast of the Crystalline Dominion on the night of her fall. It was the Einherjar. Beyond any doubt.
The Black Galleon.
Joshua, the Einherjar is the Royalists' flagship. What business would they have in the Dominion?
Upon learning of Waloed's involvement in recent events at Drake's Fang, I sensed the malign influence of Ultima, and bid Yote and the Undying look into the matter.
We have reason to believe that the Black Galleon weighed anchor shortly after the fighting began, and set a course due south.
For Canva. Then it is Waloed knights who besiege the cities.
What is left of them, yes. And the Black Galleon sails at but one man's behest. Barnabas Tharm.
But are we truly safe here in the Agora?
The city guard have been paid, if that's what you're implying.
All the more reason for them to run.
Well, you are free to leave, Lord Minister.
Markets abandoned, warehouses aflame, blackened hulls choking every port in the capital. Canva is ruined.
The realm teeters on the brink of chaos, and all you can think about is commerce!
Forgive us. We were not aware Dhalmekia now subsisted on charity.
How dare you!
Distinguished members of the Council, you must forgive His Majesty this intrusion.
What is the meaning of this?
A trifle crowded, but I fear it will have to serve, my liege.
Very well.
My colleagues, do you not see? The King! He has come to save us from the Akashic! He is a gift from the heavens, divine intervention, our very salvation.
And of course, if it is compensation he requires, we would be most willing to negotiate a fair price for services rendered.
Fools! Your ignorance unbecomes you.
Your Majesty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would swear that the fiends washing the cobbles of Canva with the blood of her citizens wear the colors of Waloed. Ha! So you do not deny it. Guards, fetter them, and see our guests to the dungeons!
Enough. Pathetic creatures. That you should imagine yourselves worthy of salvation. The girl is still here, somewhere in the city, her consciousness fair dripping with her late father's hubris. A consciousness to which Mythos is inextricably bound and inexorably drawn. See that he is made welcome.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Come, Mythos. Surely the prince's light cannot have sated you.
So then, how long has Waloed been under Ultima's control?
How long indeed? Based on what we know of Barnabas's actions, I would guess some few years, mayhap more.
But to what end? What does Ultima want?
The tapestry. Show them.
By the flames.
Phoenix Gate, Drake's Breath, and now here. But what is it?
It is old, ancient, even. Naught remains of the faith it represents, save what can be gleaned from the image itself. None could tell me what the one in the apothecary meant, even the Undying. But I believe it may be the key to discerning Ultima's purpose. That figure in the center, the one beneath whom the icons congregate, that I believe to be Ultima. He is a god, or at least godlike, his very existence beyond our ken. The icons, and by extension their dominance, are meant to be his subjects, and while some, like Barnabas, have accepted this role, others have rejected it. Like you, Clive, which is rather inconvenient, as it appears he needs you most of all. And gods don't like to be disobeyed.
No, I don't suppose they do.
Clive, may I tell Yote of the lake?
By all means.
Yote, I will be accompanying my brother to the Free Cities. Whilst we are afield, I would have you watch over those Clive has made his wards. Omielos delan tuisag ilith. Though well concealed, the hideaway lacks trained fighters to defend its occupants should they be discovered.
But it is my duty to...
As it has ever been my brother's duty, remember.
If that is your wish, Your Grace. But please be safe. If aught were to befall you, I...
You have my word.
Farewell, my lord, my lady.
We are in your debt, Yode.
Let's find our friends.
It's plain she cares for you very deeply.
And I her, which is why I had to let her go.
Who among you is bold enough to heed her? Is that blade for hire, perchance?
Figuratively.
Well, a passing caravan carried with it a rumor most fortuitous for one in my trade. That an dread Ffxvi are aggressive beasts, compelled as they are to act.
How do you want to say?
Eventually, yes. Though I would have it, dread Ffxvi skin is a rare thing indeed. But the work to bring me that beast's skin.
All right.
Of course you will. Leave Tabor through the east gate, but take the path that branches west. Once you reach the checkpoint at Tovani, you are a mere... I eagerly await your safe, and above all, triumph.
Careful how you pack that leather. Any creases or scratches.
You there! Finally.
Is something wrong?
At the university, the students would...
The university?
A specialist in ancient cultures. The most... In my heyday, no obstacle could have kept me from my studies. The answers I seek lying. Would you to an old man?
Climb the step.
And memorize a few... some courteous soul is rumored. The three of them, to be precise. One each to the north, south, and east. I'm here in the hope that those carvings might namely, the otherwise undocumented origins of Tabor's unique people.
I can't promise I'll remember everything.
Remember what you can. I'll piece...
How are those new boots treating you?
That Cyril fellow's an odd fish, don't you think?
No history would be complete without mention of the mother crystals.
Why won't the sky go back to how it was? I don't like...
Farmers must have settled here in Tabor.
Decent quarry's been hard to find since the sky's turned.
Thank you for the deal, Ed, mister.
What golden plains might the wanderers have called home, I wonder? I should speak to the old scholar before I forget everything I've read. The engravings were in good repair.
Oh, would that I... come, don't tease. Let's start with the engraving to the south, shall we?
Guardians of the Crystal. The first stones of Tabor. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Fascinating. It would seem the founders of this... but whatever could have driven the engraving to the north.
Wanderers of the Golden Plains, lay your roots in stone. With pride recall thy noble past, and make these rocks a home, or...
No doubt you're right. There are vestiges of nomadic customs in Tabor, its guardian root. This is proving most...
Children of the hunters, now tillers of the land, reap her promised blessing, and give praise her gracious hand. That's all three.
And so, we add primitive farmers to Tabor's founding peoples. The three engravings. Guardians of the Mother Crystal, wanderers from across the plains, and last, but little wonder it was so difficult to trace the roots of... Nonetheless, one cannot help but wonder...
Too many stairs, perhaps.
The bandits may be known, but look what they've left us.
It shouldn't be too hard to find goods.
The gentleman of the town guard.
Could be I know something more.
Clive, listen! I found someone who says he's heard the rumours about Nan.
Have you?
Go on.
All right. It's like I said. A wizened old crone by the name of Cap. Says the more swords and spears she puts in people's hands, the more war they'll wage. And the more war being waged. And who will they all turn to? Why, the good Reaper herself.
And you've seen this Reaper at work?
Aye, you'll find her right here, plying her trade
Here in Delamil. Where exactly?
She has a stall here in the market. But it'd be a bolder man than me. Feeling bold, traveller. Now, if that's all.
Sorry to have kept...
You don't think Nan's the Reaper, do you?
Not unless she's discovered the secret of how to be in two places at once.
Eh?
Lady Karen hasn't left the hideaway in weeks.
Good question.
And I'll visit this storehouse.
All right, but...
You too, Goots.
safety of the town is in our hands.
Time to brave the Viper's Nest.
Just you, is it? Thought I might have laid it on a bit thick.
It was a fairly... So...
That's a die a slow death. Boys, hit...
Now we could pretend this didn't happen. Stay down! And another!
Oh, you've done it now.
Go on.
When the Borgwyn finds out you've killed his men, he only wanted that bull of a manservant, the dim one always clinging. You weren't even supposed to be here.
What were you going to do to him?
The Borgwyn wanted him to get to Karen. I was only supposed to point the lamp in the right direction once. Then you turned up. Well...
You're not worth the effort. I need to find Goots.
Get your filthy paws...
Stop and stop spreading them, all...
For they are not lies. Every...
Goot.
He's gonna kill Nan! He said she had to pay in blood!
After what she did, it is only right. That loathsome harpy's very existence... Goots, was it? Only with your imp... Run along now.
No.
No?
I don't care what she did. Promise me you won't hurt her, or I'll kill you myself!
Goots, no.
Enough, all of you!
But how did you?
You're a sight less clever than you think you are, the pair of you. Did you think I wouldn't notice the two of you slinking off? Well, the whole thing got me thinking, who in Dalamil might bear me a grudge? And a certain snivelling shit I ran afoul of in my fairy years came to mind, though it was just Bogan back then. I thought the years might have taught you some sense, but I see you're the same pants-pissing craven you've always been. What was it we called you? Wet leg?
You bitch! Everything that happened, it was all your fault! And now you'll finally pay for what you did to me!
Goots, you...
If you want a piece of Nan, you'll have to go through me.
Fuck!
You great galoot. Out of the way, I can handle this myself. So, wet legs. You remember what you told me when we last met? An eye for an eye? Wise words, Sam. Wise word. And now, it's time to collect. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Is he...
Ted? It's an easy going through life, one eye short of a pair. After all, I should...
You don't mean...
Oh, don't tell me you didn't note it. Lost it to old Wet Legs back when we were working the same routes. Said I'd stolen from his strongbox. I'd done nothing of the sort, so took some of my own. Sorry, lost everything. But he crossed a line dragging poor Goop. He didn't hurt you, did he?
No, Nan. Still got... But... what if he comes back again?
What if he does? First we take the other eye, then we work our way down. He'll learn his lesson. But something tells me the Wet Legs has learned it all right. Let's get you back to the hideaway. You've
Remind me never to cross you, Karen.
Faster!
Time to fight. He may be, but it looks like there's still plenty of fight in him yet. This thing reeks. The sooner it's off my... Here's your hide, as requested.
I worried you might never... Oh, as supple as a maiden's cheek. Clearly, my trust in you was not misplaced. Join me as my honored partner. With my
I don't plan on making a habit of...
Very well. Though I believe fate had a hand in our meeting, do not allow me to keep you from being about... My lord Marquis, it is you. I am Sebastian Rutherford.
Of course.
Yes, my lord.
And what was so sensitive that you couldn't put it in...
1,000 apologies, my lord. I did not mean to...
It's all right.
I am here at Martha's Rest, at the behest of your lord uncle, tasked with learning what I am able, and what I have learned is grim. The subsequent darkening of the heavens has only made things worse. The gears of governance have the realm threatened. Your lord uncle, however, believe...
That sounds like...
It is. Hence my having enlisted
Alas.
I have lost contact. They are both able-bodied and trained in the sword, yet in these dark times, even that may not prove sufficient.
So you want me to I'll need to know whether...
One I sent to investigate the...
That doesn't exactly narrow it down.
Thank you, my lord.
It's not going to be easy finding one man in an entire republic. Let's hope someone here's seen something.
Mummy?
The gentleman of the town guard.
Run like the wind. Someone's got himself in trouble.
I don't see your master, so you can start by giving us all the coppers in your purse.
I already told you. I have...
Then maybe we'll...
Please!
I'll deal with this.
Thank you.
You that one's master. If you'd kindly...
Or you can go back to your garrison and I won't report you to your captain.
Oh, He hasn't had many visitors since we slit his throat.
I'd expect as much from Hugo's faithful.
Much has changed in the...
You've seen this kind of thing before?
Many times.
You're one of Rutherford's men. He sent me to look for you.
Well, then you have my thanks. I arrived in Dalimil several days ago, but his men
The captain is no more.
Fortunately, I was able to bribe my way free. Only to be...
What of the Fist Central? Surely they wouldn't allow such lawlessness.
I would imagine they are unaware of it. Most of those who weren't recalled now rule the fringes unchecked.
Then it's worse than we imagine. You should return to Rosaria.
I'll find a you won't mind.
Not at all. Now, if he was bound for Oriflamme... There's a lot of road between here. The capital. Rutherford's man could be anywhere. What happened here?
If you're with the... They've already relieved me.
I'm not. I'm looking...
Then you found him. I'm Alistair Rockford.
Of the 7 high houses of... It's been... Is she well?
My Lord Marquis? Yes. I was on my way back from the old capital when I saw...
Bandits.
They looked more like field... It didn't matter in the end.
Which way did they go?
South, toward the...
All right. Founder knows I've met enough of their kind. You head back to Northreach. Visit the Vale.
Thank you.
They just couldn't resist, could they?
This one's ours, pretty boy.
Make for the town while you can.
You don't need to tell me twice.
This looks to be all of them.
I thought I told you to...
And stand by, as ill might befall the heir to the ducal throne.
It's just Clive, which is more than can be said for you.
I will survive.
Strange that the garrison wouldn't intervene in such a...
The garrison have their hands full inside the city. There are few hands left to work the fields, and the market stalls are nearly bare. And the price for what remains is exorbitant. When I said the ones who attacked me didn't have the look of bandits...
Rockford, if you are to continue you first need to seek the attention of a healer.
I shall return to Northreach, but allow me to thank you first.
Don't thank me.
I suppose he'll be wondering where... I shall send a Bastolus as soon as I'm able.
My uncle certainly has his work cut out for him. I should go and tell Rutherford that his colleagues are still in one piece.
There were ghosts at the gates not days ago.
You needn't fret. Creatures.
To the meadows, then.
Come on. Run like the wind. Hippocrates said I should be able to find what I'm looking for somewhere nearby. Bright blue dragons and bright yellow flowers. Should be easy enough to spot. This must be our wyvern. Right. Let's get this over with. That's the wyvern's liver. Now I just need to find the herbs. Bright yellow with a heady scent. I think that's everything Molly needs to resurrect her. I see you're still here.
The Rest's location affords a constant flow of traders. Speaking of which, I received word from both my...
I only happen to be in the right place at the right... They both seem to think the realm's...
I am afraid that Grim would... Storm is in crisis, and we must...
As it is mine.
Seems the hideaway's lost its... So?
I did, and he was as helpful as...
And what precisely will I be cooking up?
Blueback wyvern liver.
Ah, wyvern livers, was it? Now then, you state let's hope these grand old chefs of yore knew what they were on about. And here we have it. Ivan's offered to make sure it's fit for consumption.
And rightly so. Is there any...
So...
What witchery is this? The crackle of the crust gives way to an almost violent richness. Yet, it is the piquant kiss of the saint's bonnet. It is a tour de force. A force of nature, even. A maelstrom of flavour and sensation.
I think he likes...
I can't quite tell with all that nonsense he's talking.
Decent. It's from... Sid, might I suggest that you command a party of your finest men?
I'll give it some thought.
Nothing like a dish of cold.
I didn't mean. I just thought.
Aye. Well, someone had to. Reckon the both of us would be worse off. You've always been me right eye, Goots. And I'd have you stay that way.
Well, I will. If you...
Why, you big... Fine.
Thanks, Nat.
There's nothing he wouldn't do for you.
That's as maybe. But if he'll need to start looking out for him. Till then, he'll need people to watch his back. Just like...
Of course.
Stop it. I don't go thinking that'll do you any favours.
Cyril. How fares the search?
Well, Your Grace, my report shall be with you ere long.
Ah, yes. Yotei is otherwise engaged, at my behest.
And the duty of wardenship?
Fulfilled. For as you see, I've been reunited with my first shield.
I am Cyril, Knight of the Undying and bearer of the Burning Quill, charged with chronicling the mortal... deeds of His Grace, Joshua Rosfield, Keeper of the Flame of the Phoenix, and rightful Archduke of Rosaria.
I entrusted Cyril here with overseeing the investigation into Ultima's origins. Findings from his brothers and sisters afield are delivered here to be collated and catalogued.
Just how many Undying are there?
Not nearly enough, milady. Yet we are glad to give our all in service to the Phoenix. Such is, and has ever been, our creed.
I see.
You have your associates, I have mine. But you may now think of them as ours. That won't be a problem, will it?
The Phoenix is our sun, and we but the shadows that quicken in his radiance. It is from the darkness that we serve, both him and now you. Pray accept this token. For as long as you bear it, members of our order will reveal them if there is nothing further.
No. You are dismissed.
Your Grace.
To Canva, then.
We'll talk about this later. Cyril seemed very, You certainly keep strange bedfellows, Joshua.
The free city is under siege.
Come on.
Are you sure this is the right way, brother?
Thanks, Gal. Shouldn't have messed with the leader of the pack, eh, boy? Let's go. Fly, Ambrosia.
Let us be rid of them.
It's over!
Clive. Smoke.
Is the city fallen?
The free men are still holding their own, then.
Do we have any idea where Gav and the others might be?
There's a warehouse near the docks where we agreed to meet if there was any trouble. We should hurry.
Clive.
Oh?
You remember how some of Sir Wade's guardians took up Red? Well, now the rest have come to join him. Seems they're back now. I don't mind having a few more brave boys around, but we ain't got nowhere for 'em to bed down. I'd build 'em a new barracks here, but where would I put 'em? They're just... Which leaves us in a bit of a pickle. The people...
I see.
And it isn't just that lot. There's been more and more of them turning up lately, but there's only so many we can shout. We can't keep cramming more and more people in, and that's what I was hoping you might...
It's no...
Thank you.
So?
Well, I reckon...
Eastpool. It's been a long time since I...
It was a tragedy, and if any of us could have done anything, but what's done is done. And
I suppose...
the Blight might be pressing in. There's just one... A band of cutthroats have made it their den. Nasty bastards they are. Would have sent someone to clear 'em out sooner. But now we've got a few more Guardians of the Flame...
I do. Eastpool was once home to people I loved.
And I know the men. I've already shared a few thoughts with Sir Wade, and I dare say he's got some ideas of his...
Of course.
Back to Eastpool, then.
Not just yet. Let's hear Wade's plan first. So Wade.
And you, Lord.
I spoke with She tells me you have plans.
That's right. I rather fear my men have been treading on her toes somewhat since. And then there are the bearers. Men and women who found the... We need somewhere to settle them.
As can I, which is why I agreed.
That's very kind of you. With you beside us, we shall soon send that rabble of...
So?
That thankfully there aren't too many of them. And rather less, thankfully. The road that leads... A small force would suffice to clear the village. But if the Akashic were to follow them...
I'll head into Eastpool and you and the Guardians can stay outside the village and make sure I'm not taken.
I can't ask you to bear all that risk.
The Akashic are the bigger risk.
Well, I shall summon my...
Shall I wait for you here?
No need, my lord.
All right.
We shall see you there.
That's the end of that, then. Or maybe not. What's that thing doing here? Doesn't matter. It goes to... Any more surprises?
Bravo. A magnificent display, my lord.
You were watching. I thought you were keeping an eye out for it.
We were. Put down more than a few on the road, then arrived just in...
Let's hope it was the last of its kind.
I would hope so.
Your men will be bringing the bearers who'll be living here. It might be best to send word for them to come right away.
Of course. I'll send... Leave it with me.
And without masters.
No. We're the masters now. Our lives are our own at last.
That's all of them. And not us. Now to begin the important work of rebuilding the place. It won't be easy. Especially not after 5 years. The masonry might still be sturdy enough, but half the beams are rotted. Those that weren't lost in... It'll take a bit of elbow grease.
So wait. Lady Hannah is buried here. If you don't mind, I'd like Oscar to join the rebuilding efforts.
Of course.
I'll let Martha know that everyone arrived. If you need anything more...
And we will, my...
Eastpool lives again.
Sir Wade told me you got rid of the bandit. What's all this about? Some shape-shifting? On second thoughts, it'll only give me nightmares of me own.
I suppose it will be.
What else? Sir Wade said it. There's plenty bad happened to that place. But that don't undo the...
Did Wade say that?
Well, something along those lines. Anyway, the poor souls might have made it to Eastpool, but their work ain't done yet. So the way I see it, if it's food or lumber or strong backs they need... The rest is...
Thank you, Martha.
No, thank you.
I wanted...
If we're going to do this, we'll need help.
Clive, your timing is impeccable. It just so happens that right at this very moment, we're in need of someone with your talents.
And what talents would those be?
Why, your fearlessness and your skill with a blade.
I'm listening.
Well, as I'm sure you're aware, when these Randalar has been particularly badly affected. Many of the none remain free for long, of course. But the army too is in disarray and finds itself...
And you've been looking to buy, to make...
Precisely. It's the perfect opportunity.
So where does my skill with a blade come?
Though we may have the funds to buy these bears, so we've been searching for a place where they can be resettled. And we believe we have found one. The place was abandoned a long time ago.
And so, we seek the aid of a fearless sword...
How could I refuse?
Excellent. Theo, if you wouldn't mind making arrangements for the transportation...
Of course.
Sounds like you'll have your work.
I will. We have an entire village to... Even if I begin right now, I'll be... So I'd better try to clear the place out before...
I'll do my best.
You will find a village in Chaidra's Thread, past Lateney's Cleft.
All right.
I'm sure you... Must have been a nice place once.
It will be again.
Finished.
I think that's the last of them.
I think you're right. Let's head back to Boklad. Something the matter, Theodore?
Quiet.
Those are our terms.
I shall.
Him again.
Someone you know?
Yes. And, no. But enough about him. How did you fare down in Cashlock?
It's done. The village is safe now.
You made quick work?
I should go and let it.
Don't let me. But Clive, she'll only get up. I'll explain everything.
All right. Eloise, I just got back from Cashlock.
Thank you, Clive. Here. Well then, now that I suppose the first thing we'll need to do is make sure our offer for...
You're still in negotiating?
We are. A trusted colleague has been dealing with the fist on our behalf. I suppose it's to be expected. But we shall emerge
Well...
I'm not sure I do.
Ah, Clive.
You wanted to talk?
The man I was watching earlier. He represents the Silver Peak Consortium.
I don't think I've heard of them.
Well, every trader in Dhalmekia has. And they're still expanding. And judging by her reaction...
And you'd rather she didn't?
I would rather she did what? And I would never deny her. Eloise saved me from slavery. But this was not the life my sister wanted. I won't let her give up on her dream. She freed me from and she must be freed.
You're a good man, Theo.
I have always been grateful for what my sister did for me, and I want to repay the favor. But each time an opportunity to do just...
She loves you.
And I love her. Which is why, though I'm sure I'll still need some help from time to...
Always.
Thank you, Clive. Well then, these bearers aren't going to move. That's a job for the Crimson Caravans.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
You know what you have to do.
I won't let you.
Clive, as you know, our time grows short. Before we part, I want you to know that, though I may not always have...
Thank you. I appreciate his revenge. Really the answer.
It is the one I found. And it is all that I have lived for.
But what of Lostwing?
I built Lostwing to achieve this aim. Once it is done, the village will have served its purpose. My comrades and I are sure of our cause, and we shall fight to the last, come what may. But there are those among us who cannot fight. Children, the elderly. I would place Lostwing in their hands, but a village home only to the frail and the infirm is not likely to stay a safe haven for long. And so, Clive, I find myself turning to you once more. Will you take them to your hideaway?
I will.
Thank you. I will not have it. The people I speak of have withdrawn to Gotan's Bales, away from...
Understood.
Then the last of my preparation, and may Griga guide us.
Come then, brother. We are awaited in Gotan's Bale.
Run like the wind. That'll do, girl.
Everyone, Quinton has asked that you come with me. He can no longer guarantee your protection, but I can.
Well, if that's what the Master thinks, but Sid, none of us will be standing here today. We owe him our lives. If he's saying we ain't safe in Lostwing no more, and if that's what has to happen, then so be it. That we get to see justice.
I hope so.
Oi! You lot! Where's everyone else?
They've gone with Master Quinton.
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
What's wrong?
I've just come from the Justice's manor. We have to get Quinton to call off the attack. It ain't just the Black Shields protecting the place. He's got a guard dog and all. A fucking monster. They don't stand a chance against... They're all gonna fucking...
Sid! Don't worry about us. We can't let Quinton...
All right. Where is this man?
It's way over to the east.
Promise us, Sid.
Let's go.
Clive, look.
No. Don't tell me we're too late. Quinton, are you all right?
No. Which is more than I can say. They followed me without question.
This must be the guard dog. Quinton. I'll hold it off. You go.
But...
your comrades didn't die. Don't let their sacrifice...
I won't.
Come on, then.
That is no mere guard dog.
No. Just a rabid beast that needs to be put down. arrived earlier. Is it over?
It is. He wept and begged for mercy. And I cut him from ear to ear. Just as I dreamed of doing all these years. All my plans. Building a haven in Lostwing. It was all for this. But what is this? My faithful comrades.
Quentin.
Master Quentin!
You're alive.
And so are you. It's Lostwing.
What?
Lostwing. My Lostwing.
And look who's here.
They must have stolen in after we left, just before the flood struck. What if there are still people in there?
Don't be a fool! Damn it. Richard's not going to last long in there.
Then we finish this quickly.
Stay down! I need to get back to Quentin. Quentin! Quentin! Look at me! Thank the Founder. He hasn't turned. Welcome back to the land of the living.
Is Lostwing?
The flood has filled the valley.
I see. Then all is at an end. A strange way to achieve one's life's ambition.
No, Master Quentin. Save your strength.
Why? All that I strove for is gone. I have nothing left to live for.
What the heck are you on about? You've got us, ain't you? Don't try telling me you only freed us so you could get rid...
I thought you weren't coming back, but I prayed, and you did. Can't we just go back to how it was?
Your work ain't over yet, Master Quentin. We believed that you were the right man to lead us, and we still do.
Your village may be lost, so long as you remain to guide them.
But why? Why would anyone...
Because we're family.
Family?
Yeah. And all our comrades who went with you, they felt the same. Lostwing weren't just a village.
It was. And as long as...
We can start again.
A fresh start. One life ends, why just a village? What's to stop it?
That's the Master Quentin.
Please. Quentin will suffice, after all. Permit me to withdraw my request. I will no longer be needing your help in looking after my people.
I'll pretend you never asked.
But you must be rewarded for your efforts on our...
A bottle or two of your finest...
Of course. And I have a feeling that if you don't mind waiting...
I look forward to it.
Did you see that? Tell me you saw that.
How may I help you today, Clive? You earned this. Come again. I may have more for you.
Back again? How may I help you today? One must understand one's place in the world. Very good.
Did you see the pair that got hauled into time? Your work here is done. Sounds like thunder.
You're late. We're starting to think you'd stumbled off a cliff.
I seem to recall that was you, Gav.
Good to see you. Any trouble on the road?
Nothing we couldn't handle.
I knew you'd come.
Is that who I think it is?
Yes.
Allow me to introduce my brother, Joshua.
Clive's told me all about you. Or even listening most of the time. Name's Midadol, but everyone calls me Mid.
My lady.
Hey?
My boy.
Uncle Byron.
It's really you. I never thought I'd see the day.
So these Akashic are being controlled?
That's what it looked like. Empty eyes, eerie blue glow. No doubt they were turned, but silent as monks, every last one of them.
Your man here speaks true, Clive. We saw more than a few in this city. They moved in ranks with a purpose, and not of their own.
Ultima's doing.
Perhaps.
What of the city? The people?
Dead, mostly.
Mostly, but not all. A handful managed to lock themselves in their villas before the Horde arrived. Some in the merchants' district to the west, and a few others on the far bank.
If the Akashic stumble across either hiding place, a few bolted doors won't hold them for long. We need to find them. And quickly.
What do you propose?
We split into two parties. I will make for the merchants' district, while you look to those across the river. Mind keeping an eye on my brother?
Not at all. We find the villa and try the servants' entrance.
Understood.
And what of us?
Mid, is she fit to sail?
The ship, the Mithril engine could probably do with a few more tweaks.
Then you better work fast. Even if we do reach the survivors in time, they'll never make it to the hideaway on foot.
You leave that to me.
See that Mid doesn't get herself into trouble, would you?
Think I can manage that?
I'll keep him safe.
Looks like you stuck with me, Byron.
That's Lord Rossfield, you little gutter snipe!
Shall we then?
And you keep Clive safe.
Be careful. Both of you.
You too.
All right, Torgal. Let's find those survivors. They don't stand a chance against those things. They've been routed. They're wearing Walud armor.
monsters here.
the city's leaders gather. There may still be survivors inside. Where are they? These creatures. Does Optimus reach extend this far? What the hell is going on here? Where is your master? What does he want?
You've caused quite the commotion. But then I would expect no less from you, Muthos.
You again. I don't believe we've been introduced. You were in my family's crypt. And now you're here. With an army of Akashic thralls.
Manners, Lord Rossfield? They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
What?
And they are all that remains in this once raucous city.
You'll pay for what you've done.
As you wish. I confess I have been very much looking forward to this. Pardon me this indulgence, Your Majesty. The vessel shall not be spoiled. I am Saintlian of House Harvard, and you will yield. Or not. As long as you don't hold back.
will forgive me if my performance seems uninspired. It is just that I expected so much more from our chosen one. Perhaps this will kindle your flame?
What now?
A gift from my liege lord's armory. Gungnir. Watch closely, Mythos. Yes! Yes!
That's better.
Actually, I wouldn't.
The vessel is strong. My liege.
Clive!
You're all right.
As are you, I see.
We are, yes.
I'm sorry, but we couldn't save them.
It was over before we arrived.
Well, you did what you could. I fear we were all too late. What's wrong?
Nothing. I hope.
Leaving so soon, Mythos?
It's the king.
Indeed. You may kneel before Barnabas Tharm, Warden of Ash and King of Waloed.
Get back.
Wild and impetuous. I expected more of the boy who bested my Lord Commander. Yet I see why my master covets you so. The power within you, Mythos. The potential.
Stop calling me Mythos.
But Mythos is everything. The cornerstone of all creation. The Lord's vessel. Your purpose.
My purpose? To surrender my mind and body to that thing. No, Your Majesty. My purpose is my own. I made a promise to my friends, to my people. And nothing is going to stand in my way.
You would allow this delusion of free will to bar your path to greatness? Truly, your volition is a cancer. One that must be excised.
Try it.
As weak as all the rest.
Joshua!
beyond reckoning, and they use it as a crutch. Such a waste.
Will he be all right?
The phoenix can mend flesh, but the spirit must recover on its own. I'm afraid the rest is up to him. This place is remarkable. Outfitting it must have been no small feat. But why go to such trouble?
That beauty's belly's filled with wonders the world ain't ready for. If the guilds caught wind of what we were up to, they'd all want a piece. All right?
And how is he? Do not blame yourself. He was barely breathing when you brought him here. We would have lost him if it were not for you.
No. Barnabas may have severed nigh every sinew in my brother's body. But he made certain the wounds were not fatal.
Nigh every sinew?
Allow me, your lordship. Don't know what I was thinking, putting you to the trouble like that.
'Tis no trouble carrying comestibles to my ailing nephew.
I know, but you've already done so much for us. Pouring your gil into the hideaway and now the ship. I don't want to take the piss.
You risked your life. And for what? Some girl you hardly know. Why'd you do it? You not mad or something?
I wouldn't go that far.
Clive!
You're awake.
My boy. Oh.
All I want to do is help. And the world won't save itself. It was Sid. Your father, who taught me that.
Sounds like him.
Don't you dare do that again.
What of the Royalists?
Fucked off, the lot of them, along with the galleon. With the king on board, no doubt. The Iron Hair wouldn't sail without him. Clive. Jill didn't come back.
What do you mean?
She kept the king busy while the others dragged you out.
It's all right, Mid. Jill is fine.
The ether of her icon endures. And as long as it does, we can be certain she is alive.
We must pursue the Black Galleon. Jill will be with the king, I'm sure of it.
Well, good luck catching him, because my ship's going nowhere. It's the Mithril engine. She's got a kick like a wild chocobo and a mind to tear the hull in half.
But you have an idea.
Well, of course I do. My dad'll have seen this coming a league off. If I had his old writings...
If you had his old writings, you'd be sitting under a fuckload of rubble. The ones Otto didn't save anyway. I suppose he might still have a few pages in his stores.
We'll have to hope it's enough. Do what you can to ready the ship. I'll speak with Otto.
In your condition, you really are mad.
Perhaps. But the world really won't save itself. Right. Gav said that Otto might know something.
Let me tell you a story, Clive.
All right.
Them rumours wet legs were spread. Might be they weren't just tales. You see, there were a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to, so long as some women lust after blood, others after flesh, but me... And to satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made myself the most hated woman. But then one day I met a man who made me a different kind. Said he'd give me access to a realm-wide community, a like-minded individual.
Was that the first time you met?
Aye. And he was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best, and all without aiding or abetting any outlaws. Told me about his plan to topple the mother. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity for... Why, I reckon an enterprising individual could find himself the richest dam in the Twins. And that's when he had me. I emptied my stores that day and moved into the hideaway proper. And the rest, as they say, is ancient. A dozen years on, and I'm still not the richest dam. But I can say, I have never been happier. You've all shown me there are some things more precious than Gil.
That there are.
So don't you go messing it all up. Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
So what do I owe the honour? Not saying Fornian, do you? My best work, but it'll do. You can thank me later. My best work, but it'll do. You can thank me later. Yeah, that should do you. You can thank me later. That it? Fine.
Cole said it was an army.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are crawling with a cat?
master!
This won't be easy. This could take a while. I'll get surrounded. Be safe. That's like no chocobo I've ever seen. Something tells me it won't be easily broken. Nice try.
Paul said it was an army of a cash.
How are we supposed to do our duty when the hills are...
Clive? But if you're here, where the hell is everyone else?
They're all right.
You lot don't do things by halves, do you? Well, at least everyone's still breathing. Now, as for these writings, I'm sorry to say, Clive, but if you had those, you'd be...
Sitting under a pile of rubble, I know.
But we were able to save a few bits and pieces from the ruins, most of which ended up being used to build this place. The more personal items would go to the next of kin. In the case of Sid's things, that would have been mid.
Then I'll check the workshop.
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone, do you think Mid's ship will ever sail?
This looks like it's from Sid's old diary. But you'll already have read it. I'd better keep looking. What do we have here? Oh, Sid's pipes. Something tells me Mid won't be needing these.
We've had no word from Canva for days.
I remember seeing this doll in Sid's cellar. Huh. What's this tucked inside it? Sid's best invention. Huh. That sounds promising. So Sid hid something in Mid's first opus. What would that be? Perhaps Otto might know.
Well, did you find anything?
Possibly.
Opus? That girl's as tone deaf as a banshee, unless you mean the orchestrion. She couldn't have been more than, what, 11, 12, when she was surprised us all. Not least her dad. What's that battered old box have to do with anything?
I think Sid may have hidden something inside.
Wouldn't surprise me. Those two and their bloody treasure hunts. Half the things in the hideaway way.
I didn't break it. Well, I didn't break it.
What didn't you break?
Nothing. We definitely didn't break your...
What's wrong with it?
It's broken. Except... See?
And you had nothing to do with this?
Nope. Nothing. nothing. We just wanted to listen to all the songs at once. So we pressed all the buttons. Like this. See?
All too well. All right, out of the way. Something caught on one of the gears.
Did you break? Can you fix?
No, I mean... There. How about now?
You fixed it. Sid fixed it. He moved. Yeah. New music.
Huh. Never heard this one before.
They started playing when I removed it.
Well, don't look at me. I can tell you it's important, though. Sid showed it to me once and said as much. Said it was the stuff dreams were made of. Let's just hope it's the stuff ships are made of as well.
Indeed. Let's see if we can make some dreams come true.
Just the two I was looking for.
Aye, aye.
Actually, yes.
Dion left.
Unless you've another word for stood up and walked off. He did have the decency to leave a message with Obelisk before commandeering one of his dinghies. Should we?
No. We're not the Prince's keepers.
I'd rather he did so in bed. Much like yours, I suspect. Otto told me what happened.
Though I may be.
Then at least...
And if that fails?
Every moment I waste here, the further the flagship sails. I have to get back.
All right, Clive. Blackthorn told me you helped him out again. Tough for that. Speaking of which, I'm actually a bit,
Worried about him. And you want my advice?
afraid so. It's a bit of a funny one, this, but I saved this posh knob while I was out on a mission, so obviously I show it to Blackthorn, thinking he'll be... Try as I might, I can't for the life of me work out what could have got him upset like that. And seeing as how Blackthorn opens up when...
I'd speak to him again. Well, I suppose there's no point leaving him to...
Cheers.
I'll be sure to pay him.
All right, I'll meet you by the forge then.
Glory to Griga.
What's happened?
Taya's busy working herself into an early grave. Since the arrival of her latest patient, I've tried offering to see to him in her stead, but she won't hear it. Clive, she hasn't left the infirmary. Will you talk to her? Order her to her chambers if that's what it takes.
I know better than to order Taya to do anything.
Thank you.
Well, Taya, Rodriguez worried. We all admire your dedication.
I will. Until then, we owe him that much.
Who is he?
Someone from my past. It won't be much longer. If I had the tears, I could ease his passing. But without them, we've nothing.
How would tears?
Not my tears. Tears of mercy. Alicia.
You wouldn't. There must be something.
Sometimes an easy death is the... You do well to remember that.
We have all the ingredients we need for... I can make the draft if...
Just tell me what you need.
There is a species of venom-weeping spider that lives in... Bring me one of their eyes. I'll make sure... Yeah.
Thank you, Clive.
Bloody hell, Clark.
That remains. August tells me that the sight of it clearly ups...
Come on, mate. Bottling it up. If it weren't the ring, and it...
It was. It brought back some unhappy memories, that's all. Memories better left forgotten.
Memories of what?
There are things we'd all rather leave behind, Blackthorn.
And sometimes it doesn't.
Don't be like that.
Fine. If it'll get you off my back. That ring you flashed was the work of Zoltan. We apprenticed together.
You've never mentioned him before.
Why would I? Ain't seen him in decades, and the last time I did, we almost... The ring brought it all back. Like it's a vastness improved, though. More than I thought possible.
So it was a nice ring. Worth a few gil, maybe.
It matters, because engraving metal's a nightmare, and I've got no bloody idea. The fact is...
So what?
I'm the Hideaway's master craftsman. I'm not stealing a living at some... My armor keeps you lot safe, and my sword... As far as I'm concerned, every swing of my hammer's another blow struck in the name of our cause. Because the curse breakers deserve... And I refuse to be shown up...
Very well. Why don't we go and pay him a visit?
I doubt it'd be too...
Then just this once, swallow your pride and focus keeping the curse breakers armed and armed. Provided you can do that, you'll hear no complaints from me.
But what'd you say, Blackthorn? You know he's right. And it's not like you'll be going alone.
All right.
Magic. So, where do you reckon...
In Dravozd, my old village. He won't have left. He's the chief.
Dravozd, eh? That rings a bell. Not far from Tabor, right? Just north of the fields of Carava. Got that, Clive? Meet us at Dravozd as soon as you can, and I'll make sure Blackthorn don't get...
Good luck with that.
He's a surly soaker.
Cid, do you...
Vaguely.
I'm afraid so. I fear the soil here does... However...
I can't.
I'm going to marry the Morganbeards with Morbles. I know Morbles are possessed of a highly choleric temperament. The fire which drives them appears... I believe that by grafting a Morble vine to a Morganbeard, the endeavor, I assure you, is scientifically sound. That is correct. As for the Morble, why, a notice concerning this very creature was...
How timely.
Well,
I shan't keep you any longer. I know you have much...
Sid! Heard you were in Canberra fetching young Ned.
Miss Shirley, how can we learn to be...
If Amber and the Lazarus are gone.
Run like the wind.
That was definitely anything but ordinary.
Anything catch your eye? Much obliged.
The free cities under sea.
Come on. Kicked out already?
No. This charmer ain't letting anyone through.
Why are the gates closed?
Chief's orders. Not that I'd have let you in anyway. I suggest you go home.
That's what I'm trying to do, you little prick. Ain't changed a bit, have you, Snotty?
No. It isn't. Blackthorn.
Long time no see, eh?
What the hell are you doing here?
Well, it was meant to be a surprise, but since you asked so nicely, I'm here to see Zoltan, you fucking numbskull.
All right. Just don't go starting anything with the chief.
Yeah, I promise I won't throw the first punch. That good enough for you?
Go on then.
Much obliged.
So this is Dravosht. Not much going on, is there?
Mr. Smith. When I was a lad, you'd have to shout to be heard out. Clive, you're good with people.
Hey, you ain't back.
There's a river of bad blood, but if someone can build...
All right.
I appreciate it'll be near the forge on the hill. It was our master.
Forge on the hill.
Good luck.
But if we can't fire the forges, how are we going to earn our keep?
I have some things for sale. Go safely now.
Mama?
Hotter, damn it! Those miserable flames wouldn't melt butter.
Pardon the intrusion.
That'd be me.
It's a pleasure to meet.
I'll bet it is. Keep the gates closed, I tell him. You're not welcome here.
Blackthorn's here.
What did you say?
He's travelled a lot. He's waiting.
Then I suggest...
Didn't you, apprentice?
So what if we...
Fuck! We're getting nowhere. These bearers' flames are next to bloody useless.
We're never going to be able to fire up the forges unless we can find some new crystals.
I'm a busy man, as you can see, so do me a favor and piss off. Oh, and if you're struggling to find your way out, ask Blackthorn. That prick knows exactly where the exit is. He's not wanted here, and neither are you.
All right. Please, Chief.
Let me guess. Zoltan told you to piss off.
As a personal favor to him, yes.
Well, at least...
There'll be no talking him round.
Which is what exactly? If we're to help, what turned the village again?
I left. Dravozd. Zoltan. But there are two kinds of sniffs in it. My kind, who are in it for the love of the crop, who labour on a single piece from dawn to dusk to get it just right. And the other kind, who are in it for different reasons. People like Zoltan, whose work is quick and cheap. The kind of smiths who shit out a few hundred blades, reap the profit, and divvy it out among themselves. There wasn't a single day we weren't at each other's throats. And bit by bit, people started taking sides. You would have torn Dravozd in half had it gone on. So, I left.
You didn't have to do that.
Zoltan's a better chief than I would have been. His way of doing things kept food on people's tables. Dravozd prospered without me and my lofty idea until the crystals run out at any rate. Without magic to fire the furnace.
It depends on how you look at it. There's got to be other ways of making fire.
Thanks to Sid's ingenuity, yeah. He saw all of this coming. New crystals were the problem, not the solution.
You know what I mean, though, right? What I'm trying to say is that it's not your fault.
It doesn't matter whose fault it is. I don't want to be the greatest smith alive just because I happen to be the... Clive, Dravozd won't last long with it, so... The way I see it.
Hold on, Blackfoot. Sid made those things for us. They give us an edge over the rest. And you'd be throwing it away.
All right. Do it. This place was your home. I won't abandon it to its fate. Sid's creations were never meant to be hoarded. Let this be another Dravozd will show the world that... Wouldn't you agree?
When you put a course.
Thank you, Clive.
Shall I go and fetch them?
I know I'm off by... I'll be needing some building a furnace, isn't it? Do us a favour and round up anyone...
all right.
And I've got a job for you too, Clive. I need leather for the bellows and nothing else. Luckily for us.
Time for a spot of... Good girl.
Be safe.
Let's make this quick, shall we? This won't be easy.
slow.
I dare say them.
Any trouble finding this?
Nothing I could...
Right then. If everyone pulls their weight, we'll be finished in no time.
Well, I'll be damned. I honestly didn't think...
You know what this means, don't you?
I do, yeah. Dravost is saved.
Sorry about earlier. I take back everything I said. That thing you built us is... an honest to... You've saved our...
It's Blackthorn you should be thanking. What is it?
Pet coal cinders. That there was my answer. Chuck it in the fire, and our secret for you. I've always envied Blackthorn. Since the day I became chief, I spent every spare moment training him. No amount of sleepless nights at the Anvil will ever bridge that gap, though. But, is it any wonder I hate...
The cinders would mean more coming from you.
I need to forgive him first.
Well, you know what they say. Oriflamme weren't built in a day and all that. These things take time. Especially when they involve two geeks, but what matters is... Blackthorn's got that... I reckon he's going to be at it a while yet, though, so why don't you head off with that...
See that you both do.
All right.
This is no time to ride.
Ready, go? Run like the wind.
Rodriguez could have mentioned his spiders would be the size of curls.
Muhammad!
Hopefully one won't be enough.
Cole said it was an army of Akashi.
Thank goodness you're back.
Is this what you need?
Yes, it is. I'm loath to give a patient Elysia, but a single dose dulls even the most. It may be a gentle way to die. I wish there was another way.
How are you feeling?
Light, mid-here. Drifting on waves.
Good.
Thank you, Daya. I'm so proud of you.
He's gone. Thank you, Roderick. And you, Clive.
I'll see that.
The man you helped today was my mentor back in the Southern Isles. On the front, I was still a child when they shipped me to their triage. But in such blighted lands, I was next to useless. And
art we would be
tears of mercy were his gift to the bearers of the world. A respite from the agony of the...
And the kindness Sid would have...
You know as well as I what life is like for a bearer soldier. Marched from one... A commander may care nothing for the bearer spent in his service. But my mentors... I've no tears left, Clive. I've seen too many of my friends taken. Something needs to change, and we need to be the...
And we will.
I hope so.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, well, the whole village turned out for a go. Everyone except Zoltan.
Oh, but that reminds me.
Pico Cinder, how'd you come by it? And you're sure?
I'm sure.
Huh. Yeah. You know I could never lick. Every time you put on mail, you and the curse breakers are trusting me with your lives. There's no greater honor for a smith than that. I'm not about to go crawling back to Zoltan for forgiveness, but I will, mate. And if that helps save even a single life... What was it you said he called me? Huh? It sounds like I better get to work.
It's good to see you back on.
I don't know how you pair put up with me, but I'm grateful. Now, where was I?
Ain't got the art to tell him how similar they are. Stubborn.
A little healthy competition.
You're not wrong. It's a shame him and Zoltan couldn't let bygones be bygones. No use grumbling about it. Blackthorn's happy. Or...
So what do I owe the honour? What do you want? Anything else?
He's a surly soaker.
Sid, Here. What an amazing specimen. When? It is just as I hoped. Witness how the Morganbeards have taken to the blighted soil. How they bloom with heretofore... Why, I dare say such a vine graft would yield similar results when applied...
I'm glad I could be of it.
You've not only helped us... Do you recall the extract with which I provide... I took a moment to distill some more, but this time with the petals from the... You must accept this phial as thanks for your assistance.
Me help.
I know my letters. Most...
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost. I have a few new notes that might interest you. Now this, I believe you will find most interesting. You wish to study the tomes?
Those imps are going to break.
Which song should we listen to?
wasn't expecting you back so soon. Your benefactors are a generous lot. Here you are. Come again. I may have more for you.
I were right, Clive. My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Aina Yar's one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise! And the world's never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Tharm?
Only what the bards sing. And he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
What we must.
The light! I thought this cove was meant to be hidden.
Mid! Company!
Eh?
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
All hands! All hands! Man your stations!
Everyone with me? Here they come!
Needs every moment we can give her. Behind me, Lord Bloodsteel. I'll take care of these fuckers. I'll have you know, earth-breaking here. One struck fear into the heart of every man in the cliff. About that offer, Cam. How are we doing, Mid? I thought you said that ship was fast.
What are you doing? Well, that takes time. Unless you manage to get rid of the port, you lay in the old sack and die.
Oh? I haven't felt this alive in 20 summers. Come on then! Which of you lot fancies meeting Ogre Killer Nuts?
I thought it was called Heartbreaker.
Rules like the coffee. We don't prepare, and I'll be damned if I'm going first.
That was easy enough.
All right, you lousy lot. Get your asses on board. She's ready to sail.
You heard the captain.
Clive?
But I thought he was...
Confounded. Then it is as I feared. Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
Up for another round?
Of course we are. Right, Lord Rosfield?
My boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Or was it my axe? No matter, heads will roll all the same.
Mate! New plan! You leave! We follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor! Engine's dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friends. 'Tis not blood that runs through an Eden's veins. These foes will not fall easily.
But they will fall. Like oaks before a woodman's axe. Good thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes. Unless you have a weapon.
Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards. Fuck it! Let's do the lot!
It's over!
Not yet. Wait for my signal.
In your own time, Clive!
Right, run for it! Now, mate!
Alright, engine full ahead! And hold on tight!
What do you want?
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
Now back to your stations! Every bell spent treading water puts under... The league between us and the galleon!
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted. Are you absolutely certain of this quest of yours? The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye, and they'd have us live and die on their terms, which should answer your question.
Ah. You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Randalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back. Cheerio! Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, we can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
Great God of mercy. All this. What have I done?
My lord. Between here and Waloed, but any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow. Maintain our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it'd taken forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehere.
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Sails on the horizon.
She's ours. Look alive, boys! Pull ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Aye, aye!
Do you feel that?
Jill.
All hands! Battle stations! Let's see what this girl can do.
leads, so does the other follow. A bond of consciousness which joins them, condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold. Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
Great Grigor's gas!
Barnabas.
Hard a port! Heads down, you brutes! And brace for impact!
It's now or never.
I'll find her.
At the starboard!
Where did you hide her, Barnabas?
Captain down!
say he is! He wants him alive!
Hold on. I'm coming. For both of you.
That's the
Jill!
You came.
Get back!
Clive, how did you...
I'll explain later. Hands. Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Stand still!
Phoenix. Are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
In earnest, then.
go on.
I think so. But to where?
What did you do to Joshua? The Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive. This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation. And thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the